I am so sorry for the delay. Turns out, cooking chicken in the air fryer, has a bit of necessary wiggle room for timing. I just didn't feel safe after I did an internal temperature check on them, and it was 140 instead of 165 like it was supposed to be. Didn't want to undercook my chicken. But everything is fine now. And yes, I will dink. Excellent. Okay. Let's get started right away. Now, where were we? You remember Copper Dinosaur? Might have popped by for Book of Hours stream. They're streaming Cult of Sim. I think it's cool. Nice! I do remember Copper Dinosaur. I actually remember, the Book of Hours community, as it turns out, is, it's kind of everyone knows each other, so I do remember the names. But yes, if Copper Dinosaur is still streaming when we finish up, I will absolutely raid. Don't know how long Copper Dinosaur wants to go with Cultist Simulator. Let me actually go ahead.
Anastasia, thank you for the follow. Appreciate the fact. Appreciate you coming in. Let me be shout out.
Right, there we go. And we should... Now following, there we go. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Back to Book of Hours. So, where were we? It's around about the beginning of autumn. We've got a number of lessons, so I'm guessing that we just did a salon from last time. God, it's been a while. And our goal, as I recall... At the moment, we've got a twofold goal. The first is just to get more books and do more stuff. The second goal is to get all of our lessons as high as possible. That's because in the case that we don't get the specific books we need, we want to be able to, whatchamacallit, we want to be able to make manuscripts at high enough levels. So for example, Quenchings and Quellings, which is our highest level skill, it's actually at its maximum level, I believe. Is it possible? Yeah, okay. You can only take a skill as high as 9, which is what I thought. This is what our Tree of Wisdoms looks like at the moment. As you can see, the Preservation Tree has been kind of our big thing. We skipped 2 steps on it, notably, through going down the Bosk. Oh! Hello! Blood Echoes, thank you for the follow! Welcome, welcome! Come on in. Right. And... yeah, we have a manuscript for Quenchings and Quellings, but the trick is that when we're doing characters' follow-up stories to incidents, we sometimes don't have the books that we need. And because of that, we need to get our skills as high as possible. Now, there's 2 ways to get skills arbitrarily high in this game. One of them is Pneuma, and the other are Salons. We'll be using both, most likely. And I'm going to try, from this point forward, to start doing Salons closer to the beginning of the season, rather than at the end. That's because if we do Salons at the end of the season, then we kind of have to scramble if Pneuma pops up. And that will not allow us to make our best use of Pneuma. Alright. Let's see here. So first, Snecko strategy, yes. First off, I want to use up these. We now have no real, like, goals pushing us in any particular direction on skills. Well, okay, there might be one. Which is that if we want to do, and we do want to do it, not the Invisible Opera, but the Royal Endeavor. Oh god, what was the one? You need either the Other Eye of the Serpent or a manuscript on glaziering and lightsmithing at 12+. Now, we made a 12-level Inks of Revelation manuscript. Oh, Bippy, hi. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, Bippy, hi, Bippy, hi, Bippy, hi, Bippy, hi, Bippy. So, glaziering and lightsmithing. We do now potentially have enough to make that manuscript. But I think it's just important to get everything as good as possible. We were trying to sabotage the Royal Endeavor because Chandler bad. Yes. Our goal is specifically to get Serena Blackwood to have Fear Chandler. She'll also get Agenda Revelation, but that's not nearly as important because we already have an agenda that we're pursuing. So, as a reminder, our goal is that our ally will be the Carapace Cross, our rival will be the Chandler, and our agenda will be Stone Remembered. This means that we already have access to all of these things. So now all we need to do is inspire a bunch more people, but we cannot give the people that we want to put on the Curia any of the following. Fear Carapace, Agenda, stone, whatever the other stone one was. I think it's like stone... God, what was it? Whatever. The opposite of stone remembered. Stone devoured, that's the one. Agenda stone devoured, or an alignment towards the Chandler. So we have to be fairly careful with how we steer people. Now, this is going to take a lot of time, no matter what we do. Now, I do have an important question. So, I know that it's mutually exclusive to have endings. You can't keep playing after an ending. So, I also plans to do the Executioner's special ending and then reload the game. What point would I need to reload to? Does everything get screwed up if I change the journal? Because I know you pretty much always need the journal to get an ending no matter what. But can I set up the journal all the way for an ending, but then wait to put it in until I fill out the curia? Or does setting up the journal for a standard ending automatically make it unusable for a curia ending? That's a really important question, because I have not done this before. You need a special Salon Curia for the Curia ending. The journal is usable after Precursor Element additions. Okay, so I can do what I'm planning on doing, yes? Okay, good. We're still going to hold off on that for a little bit. Mostly just because I want a better grounding in things, first off. Okay. So. Got an ad break incoming. I'll see you all after the break. But for now, let me do some planning during that time. Okay. So Ragged Crossroads, we've got two of these, Edge and Winter. At the moment, our Winter is honestly very, very good, and our Edge is not so great. So I think Edge is gonna be the thing to go for here. I will go with Disciplines of the Hammer, I think, for probably all three of these. Or at least two of them. Maybe 2 hammer, 1 sharps. Horns and Ivories, that's knock and scale. That's a good combination. Our highest knock... Did I get that ad break wrong? I think the ad break just ended. Oof. Our highest knock is, I think, Lockworks and Clockworks. Unless I'm... No, wait, it might be... It's a tie between Lockworks and Clockworks and Great Signs and Great Scars. Meanwhile, our highest scale... That's probably going to be Stone Stories, yeah. So he probably used the Horns and Ivories lesson. Oh no, wait, Surgeries and Exsanguinations has knocks, so I can do both. I'm still so weirded out that I don't get ads. Not questioning it. Wonder if Twitch things I bought. I mean... Oh, there's the ad break, yeah. I could have sworn you're actually subscribed to me. Subscribing turns off the ads. Am I wrong about that? Are you not subscribed? Huh. Weird. And you're sure that you're not, like, you didn't accidentally turn on resubscription or something and you've just been subscribed repeatedly over time? Not that I mind, obviously, I don't want you to be paying for something that you don't actually, like... Okay, yeah, that's weird. Well, I guess we don't question it. Okay. So today, I think... What do I want to learn more about? Now that I'm more freed up, I can just choose to kind of do whatever. Well, honestly, I want Serpents and Venoms to be higher. That just seems like, good for me. So, that's gonna be our number 1. Then, we're, of course, going to hit Disciplines of the Hammer twice, and Sharps once. Sharps should be easier. And finally... Let's put Lockworks and Clockworks up to 5. Alright, so... That means that... Let's say I'm just gonna do, 3 of these today. That means I need 4... combined Nock Sky, 3 combined Moon Scale, and 3 combined Edge Moon. Okay, that's doable. So... Since Moon is the core to a lot of this, let's start with that. We can use Shellcrossed Whist, along with Salt Gives Moon. So we will use the Deaths of the Moon. No, wait, that'll be annoying because Keely see me. Journal of Thomas DeWolf. So that's 1 Moon. A Contradiction gives Edge and Moon. So we will use... Those indignities perpetuated by this deceitful fraternity of obliviates. Up here. else gives Moon? Confounding Parables give Moon. So, Locksmith's Dream, Volume 5, Incursus. And if that gives Moon, then I'm guessing, yep, Intuition also gives Moon. Against the Sisterhood of the Knot and the foulness of their depraved customs. Okay, so that's 4 things that give Moon, which one of them also gives Edge. Now that should mean that between the 2 of them, I only need 1 thing with Scale and 1 thing with Edge otherwise. Which, okay. That should be doable with a Savage Hymn. Actually, wait, I can use health for this one. And using Core, something with Fear. You'll use the Encircling Tantra. So that should be good on both Disciplines of the Hammer and Horns and Ivories, going into Sharps and Serpents and Venoms. Now all we need to do is get for between Knock and Sky. So Pattern pretty much gives us Knock right away. We'll use Traveling at Night 3. And we'll use another health for this. Now, Sky is honestly pretty easy to get because any of the musical things also give you Sky. So, Beguiling Melody and Cheerful Ditty should help us out here. In fact, I might grab an Earth Sign and use the Savage Hymn for Sky instead. Now, at this point, we're kind of running out of desks. Now, I'm pretty sure there's another way to make a Cheerful Ditty, which is if we... Or no, wrong one. If we use strings and songs here. Yep. Cheerful Ditty. We should have used Drums and Dances on the other one. Shit. Okay. that's just another awakened feather. Right, bells and braziers. That'll help. Yeah, whatever. I'll use double Thost here. And that's a Wistful Air. And that should be 2 Sky already. For Lockworks and Clockworks. Plus the Savage Hymn that we're already making. Then we can use Governor Collar's desk to read De Ratio Quercum. Using Whist. And we can't do this all in one shot because I think we are actually officially out of desks. Wait, no, I'm wrong. Hold on. You can read a book with Consider. And if we use Beguiling Melody to read The Wind's Ruin, that gets us everything we need. Oh, fuck, I just realized we're at the end of the day. I didn't... Oh, that was such a waste of time. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's, hang our head in shame. Okay. Right. We can probably get 2 of them done. So, in order to get the most use out of this, we should start with Lockworks and Clockworks. So that's going to be using Surgeries and Exsanguinations, along with our last Shapt. Then... Wait, we probably didn't actually need all of this, come to think of it. Okay, there's that one. Lockworks and Clockworks. along with Horns and Ivories, Earth Signs, Savage Hymn, and Fear. Okay. I'm going to keep the Confounding Parable overnight, just to make things easier for me in the morning. 10K selections. Hi, Anna. Hope you've had a good week since the New Year's party. I have, yes. And welcome to the chat. Should I assume that you are? I don't want to say names, but you're the person that I gave this this channel to during said New Year's party? Excellent. Good to see you here. Thank you so much for coming. Right. Oh, hold on. Okay. If we unpause, we lose all these memories. I need to find something useful to do with them before unpausing the game. Ah! Evangeline, hi! What? Ah! Rat jump scare! Okay. What to do? What have we got here? We've got 3 things that all have moon. So we could probably do something moon-related. Maybe we can combine some of these moon memories into a stronger memory that we can use later. What takes memories and has moon? Probably one of these. Yes, the Calcite Altar should be workable. You got 2 memory slots. If we put these in... Okay. This makes Catwink. It's unfortunately not enough for much else. Rhyme and Remembrance makes a Midnight Mark. That's not too bad. If we use the Midnight Mark... No, that only gives 2. Sea Stories gives us Assault Sign. Insects and Nectars, that's a Midnight Mark. Hill and Hollow is Assault Sign. Tridesma Hiera, that's a Confounding Parable. And I can add fabric to make a cloth doll. Wolf Stories is a Midnight Mark. That's something to consider for the 3rd one, because a Tryst plus an intuition memory plus wolf stories would give me just enough to make a midnight mark. So why don't we swap these out to go down one? Now that does mean that the only things that we could craft keeper level stuff with would be skills that are 7 or higher that have moon, which is really just Trides Mahiera. Desires and Dissolutions gives a midnight mark. Yeah, I actually think that this is probably our best bet. We use Sea Stories to make a salt sign. And we use another spot where we can get moon stuff. There should be one of the altars up here that has moon. No, apparently not. Apparently they really don't like that. Oh, but all my desks are fine. Okay. In that case, then Ava's desk should be good. Okay. Trist plus Intuition plus Wolf Stories gives me a midnight mark. Which, fun fact, is a common name for the Undertaker in wrestling. It is a cloudy day. Well, we can... That gives us a moon. We can skip one step of getting all this stuff back. In which case, all I really have to do is... reread the Journal of Thomas de Wolfe. And there's Serpents and Venoms. Alrighty. So that part's basically already done. And now we just have to deal with those Ragged Crossroads lessons, which we're going to dump into Disciplines of the Hammer. This one's actually going to be a little bit tricky, because we're going to need to come up with a total of 9 edge things. Now, we could do it in 2 stages. So obviously Contradiction still gives us edge. I'll put that up here, so we can get the Weston Grired Arab out of the way. And let's read the Wainscow histories this time. Right. And... okay. Edge and Forge, notably. So... we can use Foresight as well, which I will do. Let's use a Faust with the Book of Cinders. And that's going to be 2. I know Fear gives edge. So once again, Encircling Tantra. Gotta stay on brand. Pattern has Forge. Let's read Christopher Elopolis' Bad Poetry. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. And that'll get us our starting point. Did Bittersweet Certainties have edge? No, only Lantern and Winter. Obviously, we could use the Invincible Audacity, but I kind of don't wanna. That's too useful. We'll use it for something else. I'm just gonna let it roll for now. Maybe add one more. What's one more thing we can add here? What else has Forge? We already know Foresight does. Oh, Regret also has Forge. Nice. Fallen Cross. There we go. Now, that's basically solved. So what else do we do today? Well, why don't we set up another... Hold on a moment. Why don't we set up another one of those, salons? Oh, shoot. I just realized, I am an idiot, and I don't have, the little cheat sheet I made of everyone I met and their food preferences. Let me go get that. I will be right back. I'm back. What's Sneck up to? I was, I forgot that I have the, I have my guest list and food preferences cheat sheet saved on another computer, my laptop, so I needed to go get that. I should really transfer that over at some point. I got too used to streaming Book of Hours on the laptop before I had my current streaming setup. Alrighty. Okay. I'm probably just gonna repeat what I did last time, for the most part. I want the Moors, D.I. Douglas and Lieutenant Arthur Thomas, which means I'm gonna need to make some lantern food, which is always tricky. Then let's bring back I was about to say let's bring back Azita and Hokabald, but because I know there's probably a follow-up on her breaking his wrist, but on the other hand, I don't really want to make more Orpiment Exultant just to invite fucking Hokabald again. Orange Jumble's my go-to, but I gotta recommend experimenting. That is a good one, yes. I'm actually gonna make some of that right now. And yeah, Orange Jumble. There we go. King's Luck Pie enjoyer here. 255, hello. Okay. I do enjoy King's Luck Pie. Let me actually bring up the cooking list. We'll get some pears. Oh, Lillian, hi! Gotta lurk but have fun. Yee! Thank you for coming. And thank you for the lurk. Alright, insects and nectars. Alright, so we want roast beef for the King's Luck Pie. Now, the question is, can we use Magnificent? Oh, please hide, wait, and stretch, Miss Twema. Okay. And... stretch. Long snake. There we go. The question is, can I use Magnificent roast beef? Because I would like to get some drippings. You know what? I'm gonna try it out. So what we're gonna do got a mostly full Schloss Jannings. Uh-oh. We've, bit of a problem. Okay, thank goodness. Okay, we're marinating the beef. And we also... Long sneck comes up in my autocorrect, which where with each letter has a separate word. That's wonderful. Okay. We also need to make dough, which is going to be flour and either milk or butter, right? So that we can make down at the Hall of Voices. We got flour. Oh, that looks like it might be our last flour. And milk. Oh my god, I hadn't been considering this. In the Hall of Voices, you can cook with Arab. Oh, that changes a lot, actually. I should be using the Hall of Voices way more. Oh yeah, we got this back.
Hey.
What? Whom? Was that Riri? What the heck?
Yes.
There you are. Hi. Hi, hi, hi.
Hello.
Everyone, this is my good friend Riri. For a very long time, Riri was the only person I had to talk to about
This bullshit.
Book of Hours, Secret Histories nonsense, because both of us had the exact right brainworms for it.
Yeah, it's my jam.
A lot of the theories that I've talked about on the stream, and a lot of like the research that I've done or that's been done, I actually took from my my DMs with Riri. So she is an honored guest.
Yay.
Right.
Does that mean I can have the libidic tincture?
The libidic tincture, where... Do I have any? I don't know if I have any.
I hope that that's the one that kills you, at least. I forget. I don't believe it would be in the apothecary. It would be down, either somewhere down there, or perhaps in the morgue.
Right, morgue is probably very likely.
Yeah, I would expect to find some there.
Essential Periost, nope. No libidic tincture. Just
Try
essential...
the alchemy room,
alchemy
perhaps?
room. In here, yes. There it is!
Could be. Yeah!
Alright, here you go. I'll cut it with some sacrament calcite.
Yay.
Alright, and we've got our Midnight Mark as well.
I'm gonna drink the corpses. Right. Yeah, you're doing well for yourself, it looks like.
Yeah, okay. So, the plan was...
Hey, you're Arab.
Yep. I went with the Executioner, if you remember.
Somebody thrungled your Arab.
Oh yeah, no, so this happened a long time ago, and I've actually kept it like this the entire time.
Oh, nectar.
Because it's a reusable nectar, which means I can use it to cook infinitely.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I realized. Oh, it's nectar. Never mind. That's actually worth it.
Yeah.
It's basically an extra HP that never gets exhausted.
I have a Weston Grired Arab and a Shell-Crossed Whist, which I think are two of the best maladies.
Oh yeah, the reusable scale. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
I don't tend to use them myself, but I'm actually not quite as far in this game as you are. So. I think about it plenty. It's just playing it. I don't do as much.
Average ghoul playthrough is a recipe hunt. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty
Alright.
much.
And regret and orange jumble. Excellent. Has Riri finished a game?
I have gotten I mean, I've gotten every ending in Cultist Sim, but I've only gotten the what is it? The you sit down at the tree and you just like the premature ending of the run. I've only gotten that one yet.
Where do I put an extra salt sign?
Too many salt signs. Me too.
The bad ending they
Yeah.
say is a good ending, yeah?
Yes, that's exactly it. Yes, the bad ending they say is a good ending.
Because apparently
I have
you are expected
explored
to not change the world.
Yeah, I've explored like 85% of the house. It's the basement's very annoying, but I've gotten all the way through to the western edge, and all that fun stuff.
We have completed the house in this run.
Fun. Yeah. So I know what lurks in the basement, or not the basement, but the prison basement.
Yeah. We actually, at the very least, I discovered for the first time, and I'd never done this before, a way to speed up incidents in this run.
Really?
Which is by using the invitation system from House of Light. Basically, if you know...
If you occupy people, then they can't participate in incidents, I presume?
No, other way around. Let's say that you have an incident that wants people that have a general interest in a specific thing, and you already have their address. You can call them over and immediately talk about the incident, so you can do multiple people in one season.
What? That's really cool.
Yeah, it's great.
That's actually really nice, yeah. What the hell? I love House of Light.
It is good. It's funny. Like, I think that there's a way to do to force several things. I don't remember what it is, but there's a way to force Numa to appear. There's a way to get through incidents faster. And there's a way to get once per season to get more lessons, basically anytime you want, i.e. salons. The only time cost that is completely endogenous for now is there's no way to speed up Oriflamme sending you books.
Yeah.
Base says you can also start your own events. What do you mean by that? Are you talking about salons, or are you talking about something else that I'm not aware of yet? Or something that I've forgotten that we talked about previously. That's also possible. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I've touched the game. I need to get back into it.
Yeah. All right. Salt sign. Oh right, crafting with inklings. That's a thing. So apparently, when you complete a follow-up story, which you know about that, right, Yuri?
Mhm.
When you complete one of these follow-up stories, you get an inkling. Put two inklings together to get an avenue of inquiry, which apparently forces another event to start. But yeah, okay. So, you know what? Salt sign goes
My salt sign.
here. And I'm just gonna put another midnight mark on this shelf. This is where midnight marks go now. Got way too many of them. Alrighty. So, got that running. And then Disciplines of the Hammer, when we get that running, is gonna be regret, pattern, fear, contradiction. And then later, those same ones plus foresight. Oh yeah, by the way, here is my Tree of Wisdoms. Most of it's very eh. I haven't gotten super far at any of it, with one exception. Preservation Tree. I did
I noticed.
1 and 2 of Preservation. Then I
And then
skipped
you
ahead.
forward from Bosk.
Yeah, skip forward from Bosk to get to here, and then capped out the tree.
Nice.
So yeah, my best skill is actually Quenchings and Quellings. Alrighty. Marinated beef.
Beef.
I don't think this does anything, but... Okay, no, it actually makes me unable to do that. I thought I could spice up the beef.
No spice, unfortunately.
We've got dough. Which I found out that if you use the Hall of Voices, you can actually cook with several other skills, including Arab and metal.
Neat.
And there we go, pear pie. Now that we're at 11 seconds, let's... Okay. Encircling Tantra is another fear. This should be another foresight. We'll reuse Whist. Let's read Allopoly's Bad Poetry again for an extra pattern. And... one more contradiction, for which we will use the Wainscale Histories. Oh yeah, and that reminds me, I need to actually be still making money. Fixing and mending. So we've got the orange jumble. We need a first course that appeals to a lot of people. Well, this is a decent go-to. Oh, apparently I did not need to be using health to cook so often. There's a number of places you can use other things. Oh, and regarding eggs... There's Sharks 4 now. We want the same ones we just used, so everything except Regret. And then we use Ragged Crossroads, and... our metal. And I just realized that we've already used a metal, so I'm gonna have to... unfatigue it. And we've got 2 more bowls of pears. Lovely. Oh, here's another fun thing that's been happening in this version of the house. Sneck. That is guarding the fountain.
Yay!
Sneck.
Yay!
Sneck, Sneck. I hatch a viper egg every single time I get one.
Yeah, I mean, so do I. They're just cute.
So, there are many places that have snakes.
Good.
Visitors find this slightly alarming, but I am not going to stop.
You're making mac and cheese and no one can stop you.
Indeed. Alright, we get our drippings. Now, as soon as that pie finishes baking, which should be right now... Moment of truth. Does this work? If
We
not,
shall indeed find out.
Uh-oh, that's not a good sign. Okay. Let me check the recipe again. I think that you have to specifically not marinate the roast beef here.
No!
Okay. Luckily, we do have another cut of beef.
Ah, good.
And in the meantime... what can we use drippings for? I usually use them to make magnificent roast potatoes. Oh, sorry. Wait, I'm an idiot. Apparently cooking any beef creates drippings. I thought you had to marinate it to get the drippings. Okay. In that case... onions plus drippings. Makes onion soup.
Yay. Soup.
Which, honestly, having had French onion soup, man, that's a really good soup. If anyone here has never had French onion soup, I cannot recommend it enough. It is delicious. Historically, just onions, though. Yep. French onion soup is basically made out of beef broth and onions. Sometimes you have they're not really part of the soup, but they're usually served along with it. You've got little bits of toasted baguette, and you put Gruyere cheese on top of it. And basically, what you do is you finish the French onion soup, then you put the baguettes with Gruyere on them on top of the soup, just kind of floating there. And then you stick it in the oven for a moment. Just broil it for like maybe 30 seconds. And you get French onion soup with Gruyere toast. And oh my god, it's so good. Alrighty.
Interesting.
Oh, shaft works. We didn't actually need to recover our metal. Oh well. Gonna use an actual health to draw up some extra water, because we can't use the maladied one. Otherwise we would get infinite water. Alright, there's our boiled egg. And a new egg to replace it. And tuppence will now be fed. We will use whist for this. All right. So we have a pudding, at least one main course, probably two. When we finish that King's Luck pie. And boiled egg is our first course. That's a possibility right out of the gate. There's our metal back. Onion soup, just enough tang to tantalize. Looking at that, I actually see the Gruyere toast, so I think that is French onion soup. Oh, and that's a first course all by itself. We may be able to save that egg for later. Roast beef. King's Luck Pie. Alright, we are also now out of roast beef. And it looks like sugar. No, wait, there's sugar here, but... No, flour. It's that we're out of flour. Are we out of flour? We're out of flour, I think. So. Yeah, I'm just casually gonna fill out an order form catalog. Ordering household goods within Custom Inc. is not appropriate behavior for a librarian, unless perhaps the librarian is Tears of Lake. Okay.
It would be really funny, though.
Yeah. Whatever. I'll use, I don't know, fucking Catwink. The game called you a Thyrza. Shame. Okay. So. The pie and jumble will be good for the two Moors. Douglas and Arthur Thomas. I think Forge tends to be pretty easy to get out, so we should probably invite either Olympe or Serena. And I think we haven't invited Olympe to anything in a minute. Then we can invite... I think Azita will like a number of the things we have on offer. And... Oh, wait, hold on. We have yet to have dinner with either Ibn al-Adim or Lala Haima. I think those are going to be our last two guests. So we're going to have Madame Olympe Bechet, Douglas and Arthur Moore, and Dr. Al-Adim and Lala Haima. So, okay. Haima is Edge 3. Where is Dr. Al-Adim? We have not discovered him yet, apparently. Oh yeah, the last time that we had people over for dinner, Azita Bakara and Hokabald got into an arm wrestling match, and Azita broke Hokabald's wrist.
Oh no.
What are you talking about? That's exactly what I wanted to happen.
Oh, fair enough.
Fuck Hokabald.
Oh yeah, that's fair enough.
Do you know what you need to do? Do you know what you need to do to invite Hokabald anywhere?
It's really annoying, isn't it? Yeah. Remember something.
You specifically need to use Orpiment Exultant.
Terrible. Like, specifically.
Yeah, just that one ink.
Terrible. Awful.
Hokabald flatly refuses to respond to an invitation from the librarian unless it's written in Orpiment Exultant. Fuck this guy.
I mean, I enjoy making Orpiment Exultant, but fuck you.
Yeah.
Who are you to demand such a thing?
Okay, I'm guessing, for the record, that Dr. Aladim really is gonna want, more than anything else, Rose.
That seems like a fair bet.
So let's see what we can do here. If I use my Fet, as well as Path and Pilgrim. Yes, there we go. Okay. No, hold on. Whist. Right. Okay. Next up is Lalaheima, which is easy enough to do now with our superior edge. All right. 3 joints of beef. That'll tide us over for a while. And that's that one done. So now we can start working on the Cater and Hero form, for which we are going to need lots of flour. That's Haima done. Okay. Now, unfortunately, I think the Moors I'm going to need to go to a different desk for. Let's use the Nona desk. Tuppence is back to normal. Invitation for Arthur. There's our water. Honestly, I'm just gonna order flour in bulk.
Who can stop you? Not the Suppression Bureau, that's who.
And as you can see, my finances are honestly pretty good.
Good. Always a good thing to hear.
That said, while I'm doing all this, I should probably actually take the time to post the other order form. Calyptra says yes, library, though. Suppression Bureau, fuck off. Yeah. It's very funny, like, after the Suppression Bureau was such a pain in the ass in Cultist Simulator, to suddenly be the librarian, and it's like, please, Miss Librarian, can we have help with our current activities?
No. Me, librarian, responding to Suppression Bureau. You should. You should go to the Ascent of Knives now.
Right, and finally we have Bichet. She wants Moth. Right, that's probably still doable here. I'm pretty sure that if we just, since we have access to Nectar, if we just put in Rites of the Roots. Yep. To the wolf divided with you.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
And King's Luck Pie. There's a Plague always insisted on calling it the Great Pie of Power to the lasting annoyance of her peers.
The great. I love Thyrza.
Yeah.
Literally the funniest librarian to have ever lived. And that's a tall order, considering some of them are the funniest people on the planet already.
Yeah. I'm personally fond of Ambrose Westcott, but Thyrza
Oh,
Plague's a
God,
close
yeah.
second.
Yeah, that's true.
If I'm understanding King's Luck Pie correctly and how you bake it, you either bake a pear pie and then bake that pie into the middle of a sea pie, which is a pie with roast beef, or the other way around. You start with a roast beef pie and then bake a pear pie around it. So it's a pie inside a pie.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
Already. Like, just to start with, that's incredibly funny.
And since it requires so much effort to make, its stats are really, really good. You can see it's, obviously foods are better if they're broad rather than if their numbers are high. Pie ducking, yeah. But you get Nectar, Moth, Lantern, Knock, Heart, Grail, and Forge. Oh, and Scale. I didn't even notice Scale there, yeah. That's like half of... That's more than half of the aspects. I think Thyrza was onto something calling it the Great Pie of Power.
Yeah.
Alright. So, we need to know exactly what kind of foods Haima and Aladim like. Okay, Haima likes Edge, that's what I thought. Ooh, Aladim likes Scale, and he cannot be given intoxicating drinks. He doesn't drink, apparently.
Yeah, I think it's because of his religion.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
That actually makes things way easier. I thought I was going to have to put together some rose food, but no, he likes the roast beef. He likes the King's Luck Pie. Yeah, Haima's gonna like the French onion soup. Orange jumble, that can be a, that can be for the Moors, along with the pie. And, really, the only person left is Bichet with Forge, and, I mean, roast beef has that covered. And yeah, Scale here. Honestly, what we have here covers everyone. King's Luck Pie, roast beef. It's a very beef-centric table, but that's fine.
Somehow manages to cover everyone anyway.
Yeah. Orange jumble. Onion soup. honestly, even more beef-centric, because like I said, French onion soup is made with beef broth. And in fact, the drippings that we used to make it were from marinated roast beef. So we marinated roast beef and cooked some regular beef without marination. It was marinated in Schloss Jannings, so white wine. Used the drippings off the roast beef to make some lovely French onion soup. Sugared up some almonds to make orange jumble. And used pears from House's gardens to make a King's Luck pie. And also boiled some eggs for people. Now for the... whatchamacallit... Now for the drinks. Okay, which drinks are Lantern? Let's see. Beverages. Second Flush Assam and Evening Isles Coffee both have Lantern. Oh, and Dawnline Coffee as well.
Yay, coffee!
Yeah, okay, so coffee for the Moors. Do I have any coffee just lying around? Got a pot of Second Flush Assam and some Dawnline coffee.
Got delivered. Thank you.
Oh, what happened?
Nothing. Sorry.
I understand. Let's order some additional Assam while we're at it to replace the ones that we're setting out. Okay. Next up, we want something that is scale, but not alcoholic. You know what? We can use Dawnline coffee for that. I've got some right here. That'll be for Dr. Aladdin. Then we need something for, that is forge, and something that is edge. Wait. Well, Second Flush Assam, I have a bit more of it, and it also apparently has edge. So we're mostly going to be serving C&H Second Flush Assam. I guess a bit more of that we can order. So that's for Lala Haima. And for Madame Bichet, well, the Dawnline coffee works for her too. And so does Evening Isles coffee. And so does Veiled Goddess Lapsang Souchon. It's been a minute since I brewed any Lapsang Souchon. Order some to replace it. And start sending out invitations. Okay, so we're getting 7 flour, milk, sugar, 2 Assam, 1 Lapsang, 2 Dawnlion coffee. One more sugar and then I'll post it. Right. And there we go. We should now have everything ready. Five dishes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 should apply to everyone. And 3 cups second flush Assam, 1 cup Dawnlion coffee for Dr. Adim, and 1 cup Veiled Goddess Lapsang Souchon for Madame Olympe. Everyone has been given their invitations. They should be coming along tomorrow. And there we go. And as for the Lapsang Souchon, I can put it on this table right here. Dr. Aladim is here. timer incoming. The Elations of Limentinus. The second volume of Abbot Jeffrey's hypothetical theological debates in the Socratic mode. There's DI Moore. Also, wow, it's hailing. I am glad I didn't schedule something for outside today. I think I can hear the hail. Yeah. There's no music playing, so let's just listen for a moment. I do love that behind the music there are weather sound effects. It's just nice ambiance. Alright, we are waiting for the afternoon. We should probably use this hail for something, admittedly. Okay. What do we still have yet to read? Hail does give us, edge, which is important. Let's say, for example, we wanted to read the Wound Wounds. Now, we need Kilisimi for that, of course. Which unfortunately doesn't help us much. Our highest edge skill gives us +7. We can get up to about 15 on our own, but after that we would need to start doing silly things. So we're probably not going to be able to read the Wound Wounds just yet, but the Sevenfold Slaying of the Seven Coiled, on the other hand, that's a little bit more doable.
Ironic, since it sounds like such a difficult task.
Actually, wait, hold on. No, hold on. It's possible that we could actually read the Wound Wounds, now that I think about it. Because, okay, I have an Invincible Audacity. We can start with that. Arab, Disciplines of the Hammer, Wound Wounds, Kilisimi, and the Bronze Knife. That brings us up to 15. Now, if we go from here, it's a bit risky, but I have a good feeling about our chances. Shit. It somehow defaulted to crafting a winning move. That is the opposite of what I wanted to do. Oh, god damn it. Oh well. I suppose it wasn't meant to be. We're about to cross over, and... Okay. The Moors. There's everyone. Oh no. For lunch or supper, you'll always need at least one side dish. Shit. What counts as a side dish? If I just put almonds on the table, that should count as a side dish. Okay, thank God. I hate to do it like this because it's a huge waste of the hailstorm, but I need my invincible audacity back after I fucked that up so bad. Meanwhile, just in case I desperately need Arab here, I'm going to take the fatigued one. I don't have time to pour it out. Okay. Okay, starting off with a tryst. Haima and Arthur are discussing the difficulties of desert campaigns in Algeria and in Persia, the clarity of the stars, the ubiquity of sand, the tales told at the water's edge. That's a sand stories lesson. Wonderful. Another tryst, okay. Excited for Solanery. Douglas and Aladim are trying to work out whether the unusual nature of Aladim's ascension to Longhood under the Vagabond... Oh! Oh, that's cool! I've never heard of anyone ascending to Longhood under the Vagabond.
It's very unusual. Why do you think he's like the only guy we know of that has such an affinity for Rose?
Yeah. Douglas and Aladim are trying to work out whether the unusual nature of Aladim's ascension to Longhood under the Vagabond actually means he hasn't actually broken any British laws. They decide that he probably has, but Douglas is very practical about the difficulties of arresting him, and offers to let him off with a caution if he doesn't ever ascend to immortality again. Why is Douglas so fucking funny all the time? He has, like, the best sense of humor in this entire game.
In the entire series, he was really funny in the last game, too.
Yeah.
He's like my single favorite NPC in the last game, and he continues to be funny. Forever.
Yeah.
It never ends.
See, the trick is that he actually ascended under the Laughing Thrush.
Uh-huh.
Alright, metal. Toop says, I love him, he really just doesn't want to have to do his job. Yeah.
Me neither.
Yeah, like, absolutely same, bestie. Aladim and Olympe exchange stories of meetings with the pre-human dead, gentle things that yearn for a redder sun, and hungrier things that seek human blood to satisfy that yearning. Stone stories. Wonderful.
Only in Hush House can you have conversations like that.
Fet. Okay. I just realized that, I'm probably going to get another Curious Hunch if I don't use it right now. I've had that problem several times. Let's use that on something. Okay. Manual for departure. Lockworks and Clockworks with a Curious Hunch. And it's in VAC, which means I should be able to read it just fine.
That's actually a perfectly normal phrase that normal people say.
Oh, just the, it's in VAC, so I should be able to read it just fine?
Yeah.
Yeah, just librarian things.
Just librarian things, yeah.
Olympe teaches Haima a few useful Ramsond phrases, on condition that Haima never uses them to deceive her prey. Lesson Ramsond. Ooh, nice. Nice. I completely forgot that you could get language lessons from these.
Yeah, that's insane, actually. That's crazy.
Faust. Okay. Douglas and Haima are enjoying a very practical conversation about what to do when someone bites you, what to do when something bites you, and what to do when someone bites something else.
Oh my god, it's the conversation of poisonous versus venomous.
Yeah. And we get stitchings and bindings. Oh, I'm not sure we have that one. God, I love them, yeah.
Aren't they great?
Yeah, I think that's a completely new skill. Metal. This is our last metal. I think it's also the last one. The Colonel's lessons and the Lionsmith lessons have been unkindly and reductively rendered as stab versus thump.
Fair.
Olympe is probing Douglas about the suppression of Vero's work Opening the Sky, about how odd it is that the government would commission the work for the new king's coronation and then suppress it. Douglas puffs uncomfortably on his pipe and says things like, police business, and don't know much about music, until Olympe mentions the word gleam, at which point he abruptly excuses himself and goes out to take the air.
Interesting.
This is Chandler bullshit again, isn't it?
I honestly have no fucking idea.
Alright.
I don't even know if I don't even know if I've successfully read that one before. Not an easy task.
Alright, that's a free stitching and binding. Oh, and now we can also, categorize this one. Chapped plus should be able to great signs and great scars to fling this one wide. Most I get out of that line is the Bureau did something dumb and he can't talk about it. Yeah. Stitching and binding. Nothing is entirely broken nor entirely whole, not so long as we have our needles. It's a heart and sky, but in the opposite configuration as strings and... Or is it in the opposite configuration? Hold on. No, it's exactly the fucking same as strings and songs. But I suppose it's fabric working, so probably has applications in that regard.
Yeah, crafting.
Well, since I can do this, I'm going to immediately bring it to level 2 with an Oronoscopy lesson. Alrighty. A manual for departure. The author, who identifies itself as the Jakadu, claims to be one of the great hooded princes of the land of the river. The style is informal, even chatty. Oh, leaning forward. This is important. No, these doors shouldn't be recorded, but if we had only recorded things before we'd had to leave the Fifth History, we would be in a much better state. So here I am, writing it down, and if you don't like it, you can sanction me. The manual for departure lists a number of strategies, occult, martial, and political, for quick escapes. Many are irrelevant, obsolete, or enigmatic, but the manual does include a number of powerful techniques for opening portals. Ooh, a secret threshold. Do I have a space? I'm not sure I have a space for that. Okay, let me check. This is for a stolen secret. Intuition. Impulse. More impulse. Earth signs. I'm putting manuscripts there. Salt here. Got Witchworm Quarantine over there, basically. All the musical stuff are right around here. Fear. Pattern. This right now is an unlabeled, but it's probably going to be overflow for pattern. Confounding Parable, Revelation, probably overflow for one of those. Overflow for the other of those eventually. Two knock and a rose. That is an interesting spread. I always try to find places that are appropriate to put stuff. Even if it only makes sense to me. This is one possibility. Secret threshold, 2 knock, 1 rose. That would be the manual for departure. And it now goes here. Right. If Janus were an hour, Lemontinus might be counted among his names, but Janus has never passed that threshold, and so Lemontinus is not. Ooh. Interesting. Ah, fog.
The fog.
Any other knockbooks that we can get with this? We can probably get Okor, Tisilak, Okor. Let's see. Chapped plus Lockworks plus, let's see. I don't like using weather because there's a thing that like does weather specifically, so I'm gonna take a risk on doing it this way. We should also probably start prepping for the next salon. Jeffrey discusses the signs upon the threshold, drawing comparisons between the duties of guest and host and the status accorded to ours and other powers who dwell in, are permitted in, or are forbidden access to the House of the Sun. It was, of course, Jeffrey who later invited censure by giving sanctuary to Natan of Regensburg, in an age when the Jews were by royal order unwelcome anywhere in the kingdom. Good dude. And it's a pattern. That's unfortunate. Gonna move this stuff over. There we go. Overflow shelf for pattern. I'm gonna also take a moment to, or no, Shellcrossed. That's gonna be this desk. Extra effort soul times 3. That's, silly but doable. I think? Oh god, is it? Oh my god, I might be out of no, wait, Shapt is... okay. Yes, okay, 1 Shapt was enough. TRN Limited delivered. A surprisingly chatty text by an entity that identifies itself as the Excellency Nathobasis. The Excellency Nathobasis explains the limbs and extensions of potent and dangerous glyphic achievements. The sentences are nonsense on first reading, but quickly acquire an insistent meaning on each repetition. With adequate grail, the Excellency Nathobasis explains, the pale Mommet wakes to life. With generous grail, the flushed Mommet accepts our beneficence. It may be necessary to overcome scruple. The Excellency Nathobasis will assure you as to how, and to whom, and with which most perfect instrument. Well, that's just a crafting recipe, but yeah. Great signs and great scars. And it's another pattern book. Love this book. Pavane Dream. Right. There we go, into the pattern shelf. Luckily, we just made some new space. And now it's already getting filled out. In Cultist Sim, I see. Hmm. I think I might have an idea of something. Right, if I use a curious hunch... no matter what nonsense thing gets used, along with Lockworks Clockworks, and some Gervinite. Add one of these as fuel, I get a Kronsicord. Actually, I can do that with fog. Meanwhile, up in the dispensary, wait, I don't need to make another Curious Hunch. I probably just need to make another Gervinite. Which can wait. Okay. What can I do with all these lessons? Oh. Concept, a visitor that is 108 snakes in a trench coat. I would love that.
That would be really funny. Specifically 108 too would be really, really funny.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me update my guest list. Lalahaima. Edge. There we go. Now I've got that information set. We have lots of knock things. Great signs, great scars, door and wall. So Riri, we mapped out the first history. Any insights on other histories? Yeah, that is a thing that we did another time. We mapped out exactly what happened in the first history to the best of our knowledge.
Interesting.
Let me give you a
I haven't made any such strides in acquiring knowledge myself, unfortunately.
Let me give you the quick rundown, right? So,
Yeah.
the important thing here is about Cracktrack. In the tracks of beasts, in the convolutions of his own carapace, in Eggvein and Shell Shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. Now, on one hand, that's a very straightforward reference to the history of the Chinese language, with the many-eyed one being, what was the name? Give me a moment. The many-eyed one being a direct reference to the real-world legendary figure, Kang Jie, who was ordered by the Yellow Emperor to find a better way to keep records, and did so by discovering lines on the shell of a tortoise, which he realized were words, and then started observing other natural phenomena to find more. Basically, Cracktrack is just ancient Chinese.
I see.
As for the whole many-eyed one thing, Kang Jie was said to have had 4 eyes.
I see.
However, if we take this within the universe of Cultist Simulator, or Secret Histories in general, I keep saying Cult Sim.
It's fine. You can use whatever term you prefer.
In the universe of Book of Hours, this was someone. And the fact that it's the signs which can be history, this implies, right, that this is the writing of the first history. Basically, Cracktrack is the first of all languages, even before Vac, which is fascinating.
Huh.
I
see. Yeah. That is interesting.
So in the first history, the many-eyed one finds out about Cracktrack from looking at the tracks of beasts, Eggvein, Shell Shadow, and the convolutions of his own carapace, which that has an interesting implication.
Carapace cross?
Yep, this was a carapace cross that was doing this. So there is one thing that's notable here that I didn't think of the previous time. The person who does this is referred to with he pronouns, his own carapace. Yes. Which makes sense for Kang Jie, but our conclusion was that this was very likely the unwise mortal, who is the same person as Sunset Celia. So it's entirely possible that Sunset Celia's gender is very ambiguous.
Huh.
I'm going to make the completely unfounded claim that Sunset Celia is a trans woman.
As is your right.
So Unwise Mortal does all this. So, why do I make these connections? Well, an extremely important book for this is The Sun Disfigured. A scroll of anthropoderm parchment written in the golden ink called Uzalt. So, we know, for a fact, based on the description of Uzalt, the ink in which the first history was recorded by the unwise mortal. So, we suspect that the first history was written in Cracktrack. We know it was written in Uzalt, and we know it was written by the unwise mortal. Which, do you remember who the unwise mortal is?
Only vaguely. It's been some time.
The unwise mortal is the mortal most likely a Carapace cross, that during the Lithomachy took the egg unhatching into the Glory, which eventually turned into the Watchman. Basically, the Watchman is a combination of the Glory, the Unwise Mortal, and the egg unhatching, which is also the Low Red Sun, referred to in the world of the Low Red Sun. Egg unhatching is the sun.
I see.
Yeah, egg unhatching is the sun. Unwise Mortal takes the egg unhatching up into the Glory, and they come out together as the Watchman, who is a name of the sun in splendor. This will be important later.
Oh boy.
Because remember, the Watchman didn't start out as an hour. It started out as a name of the sun in splendor. Like the other hour names of the sun in splendor, it turned into an hour during the Intercalate.
Yeah.
So, what about the sun disfigured? What makes this so important? Well, it's written in Uzalt, and it's written in Cracktrack.
Ah.
This is the first history. Right here. So, what does it say? Let me find the thing. The author of the text calls herself the Elegabaline. Sometimes she seems to be Sunset Celia, the Watchman's name. Sometimes she seems to be Lady Tryphon, the Grail Law. It is unclear whether these are separate entities or the same person. It may be unclear even to the writer. The flaws in the Sun's plan are elucidated. The Sun's plan itself is never entirely clear, but it is a project of some kind to enter, possess, or surrender to the Glory, the pure light above the Mansus. This book suggests ways in which that plan might fail. So, basically, the existence of the sun in splendor is what's written in the first history. The plan for the sun in splendor to fuse with the Glory, and we know that, like, basically the sun goes up to the Glory, becomes the sun in splendor, as one of the great hours.
Yeah.
So this book is basically telling us that this will happen. And we know how histories work. When you write a history, it kind of becomes retroactively the case.
Yeah.
So, the Unwise Mortal writes this. So the Unwise Mortal is the same as the Elegabaline. So what does Elegabaline mean? There's a number of references to Elegabaline and Elagabalus. Specifically, Elagabalus is a real Roman emperor who, by the way, was also known for most likely being a trans woman. Just want to point that out. And the Elegabaline basically refers to daughter of Elagabalus. So, that actually explains another thing. Why does the Sun Disfigured sometimes seem to be written by Lady Tryphon and sometimes by Sunset Celia? Because they're both Elegabaline. They are both daughters of Elagabalus.
Huh.
So, who is Elagabalus in the Cultist Sim universe? Well, I believe that... Which one is it? What's the book where this is explained? Traveling at Night, right. So the second volume of Traveling at Night specifies... Oh, there's also an item in Cultist called Elegabaline Manacle, which happens to be in Forgotten Mithraeum, a Lantern Knock dungeon. Yep. That's another big one. And that mostly provides evidence for this bit, which is there's an extensive discussion of the similarities between Elopili's own dreams and those of the Emperor Elagabalus, who Elopili regards as a dupe or avatar of the Sun in Rags. So Elagabalus is the Sun in Rags. Elagabalus became long, became a name of the Sun in Splendor, eventually goes on to be the Sun in Rags. So now, Sunset Celia and Elagabalus are both names of the same hour, despite being father and daughter. Or mother and daughter? I don't know if Elagabalus is trans in this universe. I'm going to assume she is. So, that's a whole thing. Now, Sunset Celia also notably has some interesting stuff going on if you look at one of the Newmen, specifically the Great Counterfeit.
One of my favorites.
It mentions that the Sun in Rags and the Forge, the Sun in Splendor and the Forge could never be joined, but Sunset Celia and the Swan King could. So basically, this isn't just the first history, by the way. This also goes down to explain the Lithomachy, or at least part of the Lithomachy, and the Intercalate. Because during the Intercalate, basically, here's my interpretation, the Forge and the Sun tricked everyone, and the rest of reality was left holding the bag. It was never a tragic moment. The plan was always for the Sun to be split. Because in the chaos of that happening, one of the Sun in Splendor's many names quietly goes off and stops being immortal entirely. That being Sunset Celia.
Yeah.
As for the Swan King, I suspect the Swan King is is the same idea, a former name of the Forge. The Swan King notably refers to Mad King Ludwig, Ludwig II, who is notable for having created Neuschwanstein Castle, which is an absolutely incredible feat of architecture and engineering. So it would make sense for him to be Forge-aligned. So Ludwig, simultaneously, is a name of the Forge, and during the Intercalate, the Sun splits into pieces. The Forge also sheds a little bit of itself. No one really notices because everyone cares about the Sun. All of the Sun's different names become ours in their own right, except for Sunset Celia, who splits off from the Watchman, leaving the Watchman to be an hour, and goes all the way back down to being mortal, and then just goes and kisses the Swan King. So they get their little happy ending, and the rest of reality is just left fucking dealing with the fallout of all of this.
Dealing with the fallout of the Sun exploding.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So you like my theory?
Yeah, sounds sound. Makes sense enough.
I think that all of the different aspects of it are... Yeah, this is the Great Counterfeit. This is what it was. So yeah. We haven't figured anything out in regards to other histories, and it sounds like you haven't either.
No, I haven't really done that much research on the subject.
So we know Uzalt was first history. What were the other inks? Marakat was fifth history. Orpiment Exultant was 4th history. Porphyrin was 2nd history. Marakat also has a great counterfeit. Oh? With the Hooded Princes. Makes sense. Okay. So, of note, putting Crack Track as the language of the 1st history also does something interesting where we were under the impression that Vac was the 1st language ever.
Yeah, we were for a very long time. Though that appears to not be the case anymore.
I think there's still a weird little technicality here. I think Vac is the 1st language in some histories.
That's probably true.
Basically, Crack Track, or in other words, when Vac... Oh, is Shadow, hello! When Vac is described, if I remember correctly, I think it's described as being, like, the goddess Vac, which is the language, was the thing that allowed humans entry to the Mansus. What if that's very specific, and it means that Vac was the 1st language of humans, but not of the Carapace Cross?
Very interesting.
So basically the way it would go is, you know, all this shit happens with the 1st history and Crack Track, and then, once humans end up coming out, either through the Carapace Cross or through some other method in the other histories, that's when Vac steps in to grant us access to the Mansus. That would make Vac still able to be the entry point of humans into the Mansus. Toop says most likely what happened is they were both discovered at the same time in different histories. Vac by humans, Crack Track by the Cross. That makes sense, because one of the few things we do know for sure about Crack Track is that it was the person who discovered it, the Many-Eyed One, was a Carapace Cross, because it says convolutions of his own carapace. That's pretty clear that whoever discovered Crack Track was Cross. But yeah, I think that Vac... Yeah, before gods arose from blood, before ever apes stood upright, this was the language heard in the House of the Sun. I am Vac, the Peacock Door boasted, both the tongue and the goddess. I am the only entrance into secret light. I was worshipped before you upright apes, and I will be still when all of you are ugly ash. Listen and I will prove it. Okay, so Vac specifically refers to upright apes, which is a different setup than the Carapace Cross. In any Carapace Cross history, we didn't actually evolve from apes.
Yeah.
And also, even though this actually is another thing, even though we know that Vac is, quote, the 1st language, it doesn't mean it's the 1st language that we had. It mentions that it was worshipped before the apes and was the language heard in the House of the Sun before ever apes stood upright. So Vac comes first chronologically, but humans actually got started with Crack Track, or more accurately, the Cross started with Crack Track in some histories. In other histories, we skip straight to Vac. But in any history where we are descended from the Carapace Cross, we started with Crack Track, and that's going to be the 1st history. Are cross origins the descending from motes of light that Soham mentions? I'm not certain. I'm gonna need to look into the origins of humanity again to make this all work.
The origins of humanity. Sorry. Yeah, let me just casually look into the origins of humanity real quick.
Yeah. I mean, whatever.
As one does.
Side note, Riri, isn't it nice to have so many people in chat who know what we're talking about?
God, yeah, it really is. Because normally people are like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I forget, is almonds TRN? Yes, it is. Okay. Ah, shit. Okay. And one more bunch of almonds. Alrighty. We got stone stories, which we can use for serpents and venoms again. That's gonna be shell-crossed whist with To a Pale Lady. Then fear. Medusa's Lament. Then...
Is she sad?
Because the Seven Coils is dead.
Oh.
Singlefoot songs. That's 3. We need one more, which can be a contradiction. I looked into it. Humanity has 4 possible origins. Ooh, let's hear what they are. I remember, come from the cross, descended from motes of light. I think there's one where we come from nowhere, if I remember correctly.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one.
From nowhere, from glory, from the filth of the wood, and from the shell. Okay, so the Vac talking about upright apes, and there's also a bit that mentions, okay. There's 2 things that make me think that evolved from apes is still extremely valid. One of them is Vac talking about upright apes, and the other is, if you look at the tooltip for Tool, one reason the apes beat the beetles. So I think upright apes is still completely valid. Either that's its own origin, or that's what filth of the wood means. So I think that one is the universe where Vac was our entry. And now we have a Kronsicord. That'll be useful later. Get the Kronsicord from the tree around Christmas time. I did not. That probably would have been useful, but oh well. I wanted to spend Christmas with my family.
Same.
You can see the descriptions for each by making determinations in your journal if you're curious. Oh! Interesting. And that is level 5 Serpents and Venoms. So next up, Pattern and Secret Threshold into Door and Wall. I've been playing more Call of Sim recently, and one thing that I found strange... Ooh, let's hear it, Shadow. Summons, even forged summons, cannot actually repair anything. Ooh, interesting. So you can't hand something to King Crucible to make repair. I suppose that makes a certain amount of sense.
It does make a certain amount of sense, but it also has implications.
I feel like VAC is a language of such specificity that it kind of hurts to hear, like you're being called out. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Headcanon accepted.
Sure, I'll incorporate that into my belief system.
Also, yes, I see the other your TSL group, Riri, and I apologies that I haven't been able to respond, but
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm having fun, and I don't expect you to respond while you're streaming.
yeah. Wow, there's a lot of stuff in this package. 2, 9, 10,
By my experience.
15 items.
Yeah, that's about right.
Considering that the route to the Peacock Door is literally edge, I could definitely see that being the case. Yeah. Alright, here's a fun trick for you, Riri. Check this shit out.
Okay.
If I grab this flower specifically by the number 7...
You can grab the whole stack or just one?
I grab the whole stack and put it down as if it's a single item.
What?
You're clearly
When
not...
did they add that?
I think it's an exploit, is the thing.
Oh, okay.
Because you see how this sugar is floating in midair?
Oh.
If you pull something off of the stack, it starts to... Let me demonstrate. I'll make some dough.
It gets buggy if you pull something off the stack.
Ooh, hold on. That's actually my last milk. I need to order even more milk. I thought I still had some.
Oof.
We'll use butter instead. But look, this is what happens when I pull something off this stack of flour. It kinda does weird things.
Yeah, it does get buggy, just like I thought. That's... ominous.
Is there a limit to the amount of item that you can buy at once? Apparently not. Because I just bought 7 bags of flour at the same time. And today's weather is A gale. Probably a soft limit then. The largest form of money has a value of 240 unless you can spend 2 at once. Yeah, okay. You get to a point where you can't pay as you don't have a big enough bill. Okay.
Fair
So
enough.
that's the soft limit on how much stuff you can buy simultaneously. Alrighty, let's see here. Do I have any heart things I have not yet read? Heart and or sky, for that matter. I've still got Nin's Cages, but that's an Arakopian. I can't read that. I need to check my crafting recipes again. $560 bottles. There's a 7-pound note.
Oh my god.
Christ. Grail 10 plus fabric. So it's Grail that it wants. What?
I was going to think of a clever way to address
It's a
the
bot.
sudden entry, but
Yeah.
I was beaten to it.
You don't get noticed. You're obligated to do a funny entry, and you just handed me one.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
I did. It's fine. I did that earlier. It was really funny.
Okay.
How's this book of yours?
Is good. Alright. So what is a Frithweft? good for anyway? Is it actually useful to me?
God, are there stands to buy to like hold cards up?
I think so.
There has to be. Because on like one of my
Pretty sure.
shelves, I've got a Yamato, an Iono, and a Grahatia. I
Hmm.
want to like keep looking at.
Yeah, I understand that.
Furthest I've ever gotten is maybe year 4 at most, and even then, if I ever got money, it went into opening rooms. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, in that case... Core...
I just wanted to stop because it's bedtime for me.
Okay.
We'll go rest your stream and y'all pretty. Awawa.
Lane, have good night.
Is that a kitty cat? Yeah, it's a kitty cat. Hello, Rufus.
Rufus!
Everyone say hi to Rufus. He's
Hi, Rufus!
being annoying. What do you want, cat? You want to lie on my floor? Is that it? You just want to lie on the floor next to me? Fat cat? He's such a cuddly little guy, but his claws are so sharp. Where did my... There it is.
Base for Bean says, I love Rufus.
Do you see that? I love him too. He's so fat. He rolls onto his back, sometimes when you're petting him, and then you can't pet him anymore. Because if you touch him while he's on his back, anywhere that you can touch him, he will not like. And then he will scratch you with the might of 10,000 angry chihuahuas. Which is to say, a great amount of might and rage.
Okay. I also don't realize how I never noticed this before, but why are the colors different between the stream box and here? For instance, in the stream box, my color is a sort of reddish pink, but here it is a deep red. I have no idea. I think that the stream box thing that I'm using might just like use a different color logic.
Yeah, I think that's literally it. It's just they just use different color like determinations, so it's just random.
Cause yeah, like in the actual stream chat, Base for Beans is Nectar, but in the chat box, the stream box, Base for Beans is Scale. Whereas Shadow, you're like,
Grail and Heart.
yeah, Grail and Heart.
Bad cat. Rufus is also a bit of a spaz. He just runs around in circles because he just gets the zoomies. Like, for no reason. He's sitting on your lap and he'll pull his claws out, claw you in the leg, and bolt off of you just to run in circles. Which is why I say he's so mean to me. Viking, do you happen to have one of those silvery little devils around?
Somewhere. Yes, he is right here.
I adore them.
Stimflings, yes.
They're so cute.
Yeah.
They really are just so adorable.
Creature of all time.
Creature of all time, indeed.
Not sure if I mentioned it, but I ended up doing 3 of the Revolutionaries endings. Ooh, fun.
I've done the Revolutionary. I've done a bunch of I've done, I think I've started playthroughs as a bunch of different ones, because each time I get back into the game, I want, like, a refresher. I think I've gotten past the point to where I need one. But... so I've ended up playing a bunch of them, but I don't think I've touched the Revolutionary. Yes, Rufus, it's the you. Ah, I must go.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
I'll be completely honest. It was only a little bit before doing that that I learned that each of the appropriate Newman has 3 endings for each character. Yeah. This should be good. Oh no, yeah, like I'm pretty sure at this point we know most of the Newman. It's fine. Bells of Ys. Definitely true that I know that each ending has a lot of significance, but I do find Rose Ending's description particularly funny. I'll have to see that, yeah. Not necessarily in what occurs, but how it describes what you do. Oh, I'm curious. Okay. Describes it as throwing a brick, and I mean, I kind of get what it's going for. I just find it funny that the single most influential thing the librarian does to define history is throw a brick. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Ah, ads. Copper Dinosaur, hey, just want to thank you for popping in my stream earlier. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. It was a pleasure. Actually, wait. Sorry. I'll repeat that because I think that the ad might have cut it off. Copper Dinosaur, absolutely no problem at all. It was a pleasure. I am very happy to be part of this little community. Right, it was solutions and separations. Ah, ad block seems to be working. Oh wait, does that work? Does ad block work on my stream? I wasn't 100% sure you could do that with Twitch. I have an extension that blocks Switch ads. It's kind of an arms race. It works until Switch patches it, and then they fix it, and it works again. Neat. Right. Now we're down to just a bunch of knock-type lessons. Trying out a solo cultless dancer run. Ooh, fun. I've actually considered, like, okay. I really enjoy, like, challenge runs on YouTube. It's something I really like seeing. Like, people breaking games in specific ways under bizarre rule sets. Probably just, like, really kicked off by, people like Game Champ. I think Game Champ 3000 was the name. She's great. She's absolutely fantastic. Highly recommend her, Can You Beat... I think it was... No, it's VG Myths. VG Myths was the name of the show. It's absolutely fantastic. Huge inspiration. I've thought a lot about doing it with Cultist Sim. And what I've always run into is I've got two ideas for challenge runs for Cultist Simulator. One of them is not possible, I don't think, and one of them is just very boring. The boring one is, like, I think we know at this point that it can be beaten without a cult. And, like, obviously there's more fun ways to do it, like the dancer run you're doing. But base game beating it without a cult is technically possible, but just very tedious. And it's like, the thing I like about these challenge runs is having to use systems in very weird ways. So I thought, right, that another possibility could be, can you beat Cultist Simulator without reading? Now, that's an interesting one, because technically speaking, obviously you would need a right in order to successfully do that. Now, thankfully, one of the single best rights in the entire game, the Sunset Right, you can get without reading at all, because it's the only one that uses a film reel instead. Yeah, Glover and Glover Retirement technically a victory. Yes, of course, but no one counts that. But the thing is, right, that if I get the Sunset right, I still need to have a high-level lore. And the problem with that is that I don't think there's a way to get a appropriate high-level lore. Yep, it's Stum. There isn't a way to get an appropriate high-level lore for Forge, Lantern, or Grail without reading something. Now, obviously, there's a number of things you could potentially do in regards to the DLCs. Like, I'm sure you could beat Exile without reading. Possibly even, like, the Priest Path or the Ghoul Path. But... I said the Winter Soldier activation phrase. But, like, at that point, it just becomes much less interesting, because now you're just, like, playing in the way that these alternative ones expect. Doing it with Grail would not be impossible if I remember correctly. Oh, is there a way to get an appropriately high-level Grail? Grail lore without reading? Because that could be huge, actually. Basically, we need enough Grail to finish the game by using it in the Sunset Rite. And we would need... Okay, yeah, trying to think here. It was possible to get a high-level lore. Everything else you can get from vaults, and you don't need to read to get access to vaults because you can just dream instead. Because using lore scraps is not banned, reading books is the only thing that's banned here. And I believe that for the Sunset Rite, you can get everything else you need besides the lore. If your lover is the one that performs the ritual for Grail, it counts for 10 Grail. If they're a Cyprian, that's another 10. You can get a tier 15 influence from the Peacock Door and a tier 4 lore from Moorlands. Interesting, okay. That should work. That should work. And... hold on, I need to check the Sunset Rite. Okay. Invocation for lore, assistant. Offering is influence. Yeah, lore follower influence. If you do, in fact... that would allow you to get disciples without reading. That would work. That would work. So okay, basically, you have to have a lover who is also a Cyprian for 20 Grail. Oh, but would that work? Okay, hold on. How do you unlock ways without lore? Oh, that's a good point. You can get knock levels from Caligenes and some other spirits. Okay, so the first two ways you don't need lore for, I don't think. I'm pretty sure you just need to. First off, you have to dream with passion. Oh, you do need a lore for the first two? Oh, damn. Yeah, I'm not certain it's possible. I'll look back into it because I did not know about the extra bonus that you get from the lover. I never actually thought about using that, and that sounds like right up my alley of what I want a challenge run to do, is having the romance system actually become relevant to a game of Cultist Simulator would be huge. Passion in Tier 2, Moth Lantern or Knock. That's true, yeah. Bright Young Thing starts with the Grail lore, but you can't get into the wood with that alone. start. Path and Pilgrim 5. You can summon a Caliganes or something similar for Thresher, which gives knock lore. It's not locked behind the Mansis. Huh. Yes, okay, that works. I see. So to summon a Caligine, you would have to sacrifice a reason to Thresher of Thoughts, but in exchange you get the level 6 Knock Lore, a Consent of Wounds. You would need 2 Knock, 2 Winter, and 6 Forge to get it. How do you summon a Maiden in the Mirror without reading first? Oh, it was a Maiden in the Mirror, I see. Wait, no, Maiden in the Mirror has Lamp of Loss. That's the one that turns Passion into Decrepitude. Raw Prophets have Thresher of Thoughts, apparently. Okay, so Bright Young Thing starts off with Red Secret. Sorry, we've gone completely off track. I'm no longer playing Book of Hours. We're now theory crafting a cultist simulator run. But okay. You start off with a Red Secret, that's a level 2 Grail lore. If you go with Bright Young Thing. That'll allow you to start up your cult. Look, this community is weird. We're gonna go off on weird tangents. Yeah, that's fair. I think that if you have Red Secret... Wait, okay, what to do with Moorlands? Get a tier 4 lore of any type once you buy out the entire stock. Oh boy. It's just random? Yeah, no, we absolutely still have to buy books. That's unfortunately something that we cannot get around. But luckily that means it's not banned. We can buy tons of books, but we can't read them. We are playing as a bright young thing who is completely illiterate. Get the job to dance with the Ecdysis without dedicating yourself to change. Yeah. One thing that I find really useful in Cultist Simulator, and my single favorite little bit of probably an exploit, is using Sulochana to freeze timers. Basically, the fact that you can talk to Sulochana about anything, and that talking to her about something freezes its timer, is a way that I can extend timers on things pretty much indefinitely. Thought that was because she's a Lygean. Probably. Either way, it's fun. Yeah, the Automod thinks you're all calling me a cheater. Yeah, because you clearly didn't earn your high elo in Cultist. Yeah, no, I really think, like, if we can make a no reading run work, it could be really cool. But there are so many challenges. And they're interesting challenges, but I just don't know if it's possible. You would not be able to change influences. Ooh. That's a very good point. Here is a problem with the Bright Young thing and some of the other starts. Uh-oh. For the Bright Young thing, you need to read the Cipher Journal. Oh, that's a really good point. We might not be able to use that one. Doctor, you need to read the notes on the case of previous character's name. Yeah, that's true. Might even have to be the aspirant you start with. Yeah. Oof. I think about it, the priest might actually be the best start. Can you access... The thing is, can you access the standard endings with the priest? Or would we have to go down the priest path? So remember it because I accidentally locked myself out from anything past the white door. downside is that I think the priest starts with knock lore. The question still is, can the priest... I don't remember if the priest can access the whatchamacallit, the standard ascensions. Is the priest only locked into the priest ascensions? Does get access to regular endings. Excellent. So that's a definite possibility. You get the option to remove your standard ascension, but it's never required to be done. See the Affair of the Open Reverend in Book of Hours. Got it. I'll take another look at this. I'll see whether it seems remotely reasonable. Okay, we've got a side dish, a pudding, a first course, and a main course. And then another side dish. So if you were to do basically the same concept, also need a pot of Dawn Lion. One thing that is nice is that you will have access to Tier 6 Winter lore. It's the lore from Stum. Ah, yes, of course, that too. So that should make it easier to potentially summon Maids in the Mirror. I mean, the big thing is just going to be how much time it takes and how much you have to work. But, like, after a certain point in Cultist Sim, working is... or getting money is kind of a solved problem. Yeah, Elagabalin Manacle. The question is, right, where do you get that? How easy is it to get the Elagabalin Manacle? You get it from Forgotten Mithraeum. Oh, that's just... okay, Forgotten Mithraeum. That's super easy. got blackberries, a seashell, and phosphorescent scrapings. Okay. Yeah, so priest or aspirant. You know, one funny note is that technically you could probably still write manuscripts, which implies that you're allowed to write but not to read. This would be extremely funny, so I'm going to allow it. Can you work at Glover & Glover since the job probably requires reading? You cannot prove that you need to read anything to be employed at a law firm. Yeah, for writing manuscripts, you wouldn't need to have the right lore. I'm not saying that we're going to be writing a lot of manuscripts. I'm saying that it's still technically possible. Ever look at a board meeting? None of those people are literate. Actually, hold on. Give me a second here. Okay. I think I'm reading over the descriptions, and I don't think any of the law firm bits specify that you're reading. Bobby might actually be the best patron here because she asked for Knock and Winter, which you actually have. Right. Yeah, so if it's a problem, we can always make our money through painting. I don't think you can argue that you need to read to be able to paint. Of note also, we can probably make a pretty decent nest egg. Dancing probably could work, yeah. We can also make a pretty decent nest egg just by selling all of the books that we don't read. That actually reminds me of a bit of trivia. Ooh, trivia. I love trivia. There's technically a way to learn Vac without learning from the Peacock Door. Yeah, it's, you should be able to get all the languages if you need them by paying tutors, I think. Or I guess not paying tutors at a certain point. At a certain point, you start summoning tutors. I checked, but it is with the Oiris. Right, yeah. You either need the Oiris, or you need to talk to Vac. Right, so, like, right. The Peacock Door is the tutor for Vac, but you can also read the Oiris. Okay, so it is technically a sculpture, yeah. But the question is, do you read it? Sanskrit inscriptions spiral alongside matching lines of Vac. Yeah, you do read it. Translate the Oiris, it actually gains 2 value. Oh, interesting. Selling for 1 fund or maybe 2 to selling for 4 or maybe 6. Got it. Ah, there it is. Okay. We were just talking about the Oiris and how we learn Vac in Cultist Simulator, and the fact that translating it makes it more valuable. Do we count translating as reading, as we would not gain any lore knowledge? That's a tricky one. That would be something if I made a video about that, right? I would say that would be a thing where the only thing it gets you is money, so it's not necessary to do. So I'm going to do it to demonstrate, but if you consider that a purist, like a purist thing, I'll do it outside the actual run. Theory crafting an illiterate architect of the universe. Alright, while I've been doing this, I've been, while I've been discussing this, I ended up, bringing door and wall, glass blowing, and vessel crafting, and preliminal meter all to level 4 each. And, what the heck. Solutions and separations as well. That'll be the next one. So... that's a Faust for a pattern one more time. Then I think about as far as runs go, it would not be too long. Yeah, hope that's kind of the hope. The reason I didn't like the idea of a cultless run is because it's been done, and it would be very tedious to watch and to describe. This kind of run, where we're getting around a central game mechanic through various bizarre additional mechanics, is the exact kind of thing I would want out of a Cultist Sim challenge run. And it doesn't need to be particularly long. The only limiting factor is to get a Cyprian. See, that's something that I've been wondering about, right? If I'm remembering correctly, a Cyprian is a max-level Grail follower, right? But wouldn't we necessarily need to have a Grail cult for that to work? But earlier, Base said that it could be possible with a Secret Histories cult, but I think we do need a Grail cult to get a Cyprian. So we would need to have a Grail-aligned cult, which would mean that, yeah... You know, it isn't too bad, but that does mean we need the extra step of specifically getting a Grail cult. Oh, interesting thing. For most of the time, that would be the case, but... the priest has a special interaction. Oh! I'm intrigued. You know how what you were doing is essentially taking a pre-existing cult over and running with it? That cult was a Grail cult, so... I see. So you actually get a Grail cult automatically on the priest path? Ads. Right, okay, out of ads. So you're saying that, you all just automatically get a Grail Cult on the Priest path. Oh, that's fun. Oh, I really like that. Buy and sell books from Moorlands at a 1-to-1 for a speed boost. Nice. Oh, I'm an idiot. It happened again. Okay. The only thing we need to actually buy from Oriflammes is Stum. You cannot get a tier 10 follower outside of the specific cult. Yeah. I did remember that, like, specifically, when you need a tier 10 follower for one of the apostle paths, the other option is to show that you have a Secret Histories cult, and you physically can't. Ooh. An Almanac of Entrances, a handbook of sealed and unsealed byways and shortcuts through the bounds, compiled by William Harries in the 1860s during his term as librarian of Hush House. Harries discusses the role played by the Légion des Seuils and the Company of the Wolf in Gold in warding the bounds against outside influences. He warns that bounds travelers may themselves be considered outside influences. The Mansus, as Ys, lacks walls. Ys and the Mansus have both their gates, and there may be no gate without a wall. Thus the paradox resolves, and all those who walk in dream will learn. But the wood has neither gate nor wall, and so it is the wood whose roots may creep after us into the hours of our waking. It's a secret threshold book. Technically can, by driving an investigator insane, let him get to 4 or 5 marks, then convince them to join. Huh. Actually, wait a second. The starting investigator, his lore is actually Forge. Interesting. A wound in dreams. Before speech we could not dream, which is to say that before speech tore open the Peacock Gate to dreams, the Mansus was unwounded and at peace. It's not obligatory for Long to pass that gate, but they generally choose to. Perhaps that's why the Hours charge their names to hunt down Long, even the Long who claim to serve them. Hushery recognizes this truth. Before speech we could not dream, which is to say that before we could wield words we were weaponless, and even Long dared not to enter the Mansus for fear of being devoured. It's not obligatory for Long to wield the weapons of speech, but they generally choose to. Perhaps that's why the Hours charge their names to hunt down Long, even the Long who claim to serve them. Skolakosophy recognizes this truth. So, speech is a weapon or speech is a wound, depending. Oh, you misremembered the Grail lover interaction? Oh no, what, how does it work? I'm bracing myself, because this might make it impossible. I'm gonna grab an extra shaft by using sharps here. Reduces the required threshold by 9. Okay. So it should still be possible. Not sure if I mentioned it yet, but the highest level you could get a Grail follower to would actually be Grail 13. Oh. Interesting. By giving a Cyprian the Chalice, right. That's definitely a possibility. But would that be better than just... No, wait, we have the sunset right. We can't use items, so that's a perfect use of that. Wait, hold on. We can't use items, which means we can't use the Elagabalin Manacle to summon Made in the Mirror. We have to find another way to do that. Give a follower the Elagabalin Manacle for +2 Winter alongside the 6 from base lore from Stoom. Yeah, okay. In that case, that makes... Yeah, that works out. You just need to get Neville or someone. I do remember doing something like that in my eventual Lantern Apostle run. I'm pretty sure I gave Neville I gave some Winter follower, I think, a knock artifact that got up to 2. That made him able to, like, just chain summon Maids in the Mirror without losing anything from the right. Knock follower, 2 knock wounds, and a gift. Okay. It looks like we're going to get our 3rd person for the Affair of the Other Horizon. Ah, which means we are explicitly in winter now. Oh, and we have some Moth and Nock stuff to do. Let's see. Moth. You know, maybe we actually just do put it in Edict's Liminal. Summon names only have a 12 in their respective lore. Ooh. Yeah, having to rely on wounds would... I think giving everyone at least 1 wound would be a good idea, but I don't want to rely on them because that would involve a lot of resets and RNG in the run. I have occasionally gotten use out of wounds, but it's always very, like... I get a wound and then build my strategy around it, rather than the other way around. One time was that I think one of my heart followers got a knock wound and got kidnapped by an immortal enemy. Interesting. I'm a save reloader, big time. I want my cult to be just perfect. Oh, okay, that's an important question to answer, actually. How does the RNG in Cultist Simulator work? Is it moment of? Or is it, like, seeded in advance? I think it would have to be moment of, right? Because there's not really easy breakpoints where you can roll back a seed to. Moment of, not seeded. Okay, interesting. That does help things. It means that anytime we have to deal with RNG on something, we can save reload, and shoot for whatever the perfect thing is. Huh. I'll take a quick moment here to... "10% chance of killing your boss while inviting you out to lunch, but I wanted his head caved in a cafe." Right. We should have our third visitor for Other Horizons soon. And I believe this is the last one. Wait, no! Hold on, there's at least 2 more, because I know that Yvette likes this one. Daymare. That's a new one. Grafin Friederike Dagmar Sophia Theresia Helena Benigna von Nagelsberg, if you prefer. She doesn't. Hello, dear. Only me, I'm afraid. Right, let's see. Oh, no, never mind. I had thought that Yvette would be interested in Other Horizon, but apparently I was wrong. She doesn't... No, right, she's Moon and Winter, not Rose at all. I could have sworn. Doesn't look like there's anything about how I do this one that is relevant to anything. Daymare is neat. Okay. Never been to Ys. Always wanted to. Probably shouldn't. Terribly want to. Probably shouldn't. Okay, do I have a really easy Rose book? I think my easiest Rose book is probably Book of the Centipede. Yeah, that's the one I gave the other 2 as well. Fair Nictodromus, don't you know? Fair to middling, know my way up and down the bounds. This is something else. Need a good book on something else. Well, here you go. Book of the Centipede should help you. Found something. Might be something else. Might be something I'll regret. Mum's the word, Word to the wise. Pip pip, dear. Pip pip. Oh, I should also check while she's here. Knock food and drink. What the heck is a knock food or drink? Oh. Well, that's honestly kind of underwhelming now that I know how I can do it. At least for drinks, I just have to use yet more Second Flush Assam. Because it's also got knock. Yeah, I'm changing things up so that instead of Bechet, we bring along Daymare this time. As for these... Knock food. That'll work. Hold on a moment. You can also make her Sacrament Acid if you want to give her something especially potent. Not right now. Walls of Yeast is my go-to for her. Isn't Miska's Water a knock drink? I like cakes named after arcane concepts. You can also make her Sacrament Acid if you want to give her something especially potent. All good answers, but I have another idea. Okay, so... add flour. Milk or butter. Cake time! And we get some Pyrus or a Calcanus. I love the cooking in this game. We're gonna swap out that roast beef. I have made jugged pheasant, yes. I actually had to look that up, because I wasn't entirely sure what the heck it even was. It's an interesting one. Daymare. 3 knock. Got it. Pokeball's interaction with his book is very... Yeah. Sabazine. Got Doe. So now... Doe plus Pheasant is Game Pie, and just look at those aspects. That covers Daymare, that covers Dr. Aladim, that covers anyone with Forge. That said, I will have to, okay. I want a pheasant. Another pheasant. Sugar. Sugar. Ooh. Dagmar. Daymar. Douglas Moore. Do you find the Fire Circle Tandra's description quite memorable? Ooh, I'll have to check that out. Right now, I'm just ordering more kitchen supplies, as you do when the actually wait. Okay. Ah, it's a description called the simulator. What is it? One of the few upsides of the boat. Ah, yes, the accursed boat. The one known extant copy of this in Western Europe was stolen from the British Library in 1892. One Harvey Haddington confessed to the crime and claimed to have eaten it with butter and garlic in a moment of ungovernable whimsy. Oh, that's wonderful. Pokeball's interaction is a bit of a nod to that. Okay. Whoop. Whimsy maxing and silly build. And we need to do something with this curious hunch. So let's find a book to read. For context, I'm saved from a a large amount of pain by the power of explosives. Sarconic spell spirits cannot repair anything. Hirelings can, and the only forge hireling is the bomb maker. Oh, wonderful. That is just excellent. Curious Hunch has Heart, Lantern, Moth, and Knock. Let's see. My biggest moth is 9. Oh. Don't want to make that mistake again. Athena Vanna's work on the rogue hour called the Vagabond, who is also known as the Laughing Thrush, the Centipede, the Pilgrim, and many other names, or as Vanna has it, masks. Aladdin, Haima, Daymare, Arthur, and Douglas. Another thing fun about solo runs? Let's hear it. You can use the End is Beautiful without any risks of hitting anyone that you like. Ooh. Oh, that's neat. That's a really good point. The End is Beautiful is a really interesting ritual. Yeah, it really is. It's always been one that's really difficult to justify using because it has so much of a chance of hitting people that you care about. But I suppose in that situation, it's fine. got here? The Mask of the Laughing Thrush, says Athena Vana, had a great friendship with the sun and splendor, the highmost hour of the Mansus, now divided and departed. The Mask of the Sight Thief painted the river in the Mansus. The Mask of the Vagabond was forbidden in the Mansus, not for what she had done, but for what would occur. The Mask of the Centipede recalled her birthplace, Maya, which had punished her for creeping into the temple precinct. This mask cursed Maya to drink only dust and to be remembered only by the wind, for not beneath any mask does she forgive, and the centipede's hunger is not to be forgotten. And that's an impulse. One thing you find particularly funny as a concept, yes? Mainly because I really hate poppies. That you could use the End is Beautiful, which is namely Ritual of the Sun and Rags, against someone who is sponsored by the Sun and Rags. Yeah, that's good. Oh, wait. Alrighty. And I'm also going to take a moment to preemptively restore my Tryst, just in case I need all three of them. Alrighty, here we go. Once again, we got the Moors, we've got Dr. Aladdin, we've got Lala Haima, and we now have Daymare. Shapt. Aladdin is spinning tales of his travels in the mountains of Persia, the taiga of the farthest east, the snows of Antarctica. Douglas listens enraptured. Sometimes, he says gruffly, I wish I'd done things different. Oh, buddy, there's still time. Season of Rags is a verb, therefore you could both kill Poppy with the End is Beautiful and be sacrificed by Poppy while she's dead. Yeah. That would be a very funny outcome. Sun and Rags gets a BOGO sale. Metal. Names do hop their own long, too. Haima and Aladdin are comparing navigation techniques. Path and Pilgrim. Okay. running low on metal. Haima listens intently while Aladim describes the rare occasions on which Labites have been successfully brought to ground. Neither of them look happy. Ask about dreams. Add Fet. Aladim and Daymar are engrossed in a deeply technical discussion about the accuracy and possible transience of Westergren's accounts of the Mansus. Daymar keeps deferentially reminding Aladim that she's never passed the stag door. Add Trist. With the ghoulish camaraderie of two pensioners in a retirement home, Douglas and Daymar discuss the details of their medical issues and their subsequent surgeries. You have to pass the stag to be a no, right? Yeah, that is interesting. And shaft for something witty. The Moors still have not talked to each other for 3 salons in a row. Haima and Douglas are discussing Ilse Bischoff's experimental film, The Open Head. I saw it in Alexandria, Haima offers. I think perhaps she was moved by a dream of the Chandler, that when it emerges, it will emerge from war and from knowledge unwisely shared. Douglas sucks on his pipe. Mrs. M wanted to see it, he says morosely. She likes that Brunel, too. He sucks on his pipe again. I don't like that Brunel. Oh, the Moors hate each other. Yeah. Whoa, that's a lot of Path and Pilgrim. Whew. Okay. Aladim knows a little Path and Pilgrim. Yeah. None of these? Really? Huh. Could have sworn at least one of them was Grail. Okay. town goobers in the next salon? Yeah, probably. I might for the next salon try to force the issue by only inviting the Moors and probably Reverend Timothy. See what we get out of that setup. Ah, another fog day. I think we're straight up out of knock books to use this on, so I should get looking into moon books, and I think there are a good number. What is our best moon? This is pretty good. That's a 6. Oh, Tridesma Hiera is an 8. That might be my strongest moon. I think that is the strongest moon. Okay. So here's the big question. Can we read 3 and 3 Saint Kiavi? Okay. So that's 8 moon off of Tridesma Hiera. So we just need to make 10 with other stuff. We get 1 from Trist. 3 from the Fog. 4. 1 from a Lunar Globe. 5. I do think we would still need to have to put together a bunch more from other stuff. You'll love this one. It basically says Anna is right. Oh, we gotta do it then. Okay. If we were to... If we were to do it the way that I tend to. What are some moon memories? Hold on a moment. If we use Great Counterfeit, we should be able to do it. Hopefully. I'm gonna give it a shot. Hold on just a moment. And we're getting on the white. Long snack. Right. Let me stretch. I should probably take this moment to use the restroom as well. I'll be back. Though not before stretching. Okay, be right back. All right, I'm back. And little sippy. Uh-oh. I just realized that my my little my talking thing is flashing even though I'm not saying anything, and it's probably because my laptop it's picking up my laptop Discord beeps. Whoops. I hope you guys have not been hearing like Discord notifications for the past several hours. Oh, that would be horrendously embarrassing. Yeah, maybe. No! Oh, that sucks. Oh, that's the worst. Hold on. Okay. Muting that server for, like, several hours. Oh, I have to apologize for that in the description of the video. That's going to screw people up. I don't know what it was. I don't have notifications on Discord. Huh. All right, great counterfeit. Here we go. We're gonna do this at the Ava desk. Great counterfeit and memory slot. I'll have to check over it later for the to see if it really was the notifications or if it was something else. Okay, so here's the deal, right? And Lunar Glow. I'm currently at 15 Moon. Depending on what I get out of this, I might be able to make it up to 18. If I get a memory or a weather opening, then that's it right there. Otherwise, we'll have to get creative. Boom. And just in case it doesn't work, gonna get great counterfeit back so we can try again. Are you hearing any weird sounds on my end? Because I'm thinking it might be a couple of things. Not now, okay. I might have my mic sensitivity up too high now. Let me turn it down to 65. Can you all still hear me clearly? Okay, cool. Wait. I need to check something. I think what might have been happening is that my own stream was lagging well behind the actual pace the stream is on. I just need to reload the page. Ah, well. Okay, what do we got? Memory, yes! Okay, that one's soul. Actually, while we're at it, if we still have an extra great counterfeit that we need to use, not quite. Do we have something that is 12 moon? 12 moon specifically. We can sneak in some Catwink. And now we get on the white. That's one that I can probably just, like, whist plus quenchings and quellings just completely obliterates this book. That's the second soul. And there we go, 1818. It is a foggy day, and we can read the 3-3 St. Chiavi. This book describes the operations of the Chancel and the Calyptra, two triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. Of all the extant versions, this one best survived the interventions of the Calyptra. Okay, oh boy. 16 items. We have 4 sugar. 5 milk. 2 drippings. And 4 butter. Carefully places explosively packed butter. Certain knowledge cannot be learnt by any entity below the rank of No, outside the covenant of the Watchman's Tree. The enforcement of this rule is Calyptra. The 3 who enforce it are Calyptra also. It is said that Janus elects Calyptra, that the Chancel is the judgment of Janus, that Janus is the wound in the law. The Watchman's Tree is a compromise. If Calyptra could end it, they would. If the Watchman could end Calyptra, he might. Between their planes conflicting, sparks illuminate the angles of unmade law. Newman, 3 rules. The Hours are bound by their own edicts, even the Chancel and the Calyptra. That's why their deepest rules are secret. In certain histories, if we know those deepest rules, we know what even the Chancel and Calyptra may not do. Ooh. You said something about this particular Newman being basically Anna is right. What did you mean by that exactly? I'm curious. That's why the Chancel keeps its names hidden. Ooh. I see. Or the Calyptra, I mean. I see. Got it. Oh, hold on. I need to, let's see here. Scaled Casket. A treasure left behind by an explorer on the eve of his final voyage. Heart, Moth, Scale. Ah, I could have gone with this one. Oh well. Nillicant! The accustomed terminal of the third history. It's the bleak white-blue of winter. It has spawned an itinerant order of secret celebrants who regard worms as semi-gods, and who are sometimes called on to celebrate difficult funerals. Ellie, disgraced Damascene matriarch of the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot, wrote this while fleeing the Agents of the Duty. Ellie writes of the secret colors of the sun, the blessed traces of error, weaknesses in sunlight, balancing principles in its reflection. A deeper account of these secret colors, Ellie reveals, was kept at a shrine to the 3 hours of the chancel at the Grey Rock in the Sea, far from the intrigues of sisterhood and church. It is hidden from the common eye, but can be revealed with the arts of sickle and eclipse. Ooh. We've already done that one, though, right? Like, that's us using sickle and eclipse on something to get, yeah. That was to get the sun disfigured, if I recall. It's Revelation, and it's Sickle and Eclipse. Right. Yeah, it's a reference to the sun disfigured. Okay, this is what I think the Chancel and Calyptra do. Go on. Oh, Secret Colors book. Yes, got it. Solomon Husher writes, perhaps allegorically, of winter and its long, slow, doomed romance with the sun. The epigraph is sunset at noon. On closer investigation, the work seems to be a theory of aesthetics, or perhaps a set of warnings about the danger of painting. Husher writes distractedly about his suspicion of colors and his yearning for death. He hints at a great work he has envisaged, or begun, where the palest of paintings will enthrall the world. He returns again and again to certain compelling phrases which he claims are the secret words of winter. Regret and quenching his quellings. Of course a ghoul knows quenchings and quellings, the damn mood farmers. Oh, actually, hold on a second. I have an idea. Bingo. All right, so we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lessons to get through. And it's a snowy day. You know, come to think of it, now that I have Quenching and Quelling so ridiculously high, the Serenity of the Black Wood, an allegorical history of the House of Lethe, which it is here implied was inspired by the centipede. Sereno Blackwood is an occult alias to this day. The proverbial footloose gathers travelers in a wood and leads them through, but abandons them partway. They find themselves beset by glorious monsters. The travelers discover they can survive if they close their eyes. They adopt a closed eye as their sign, and that they can go unnoticed if they drink from the clear, cold streams. They never forget that proverbial footloose, the centipede, but they never forgive her either. Sacrilimae, Confounding Parable. Okay. What can we do here? Well. that'll get us something for Watchman's Paradoxes, which we can use Sacre Lignée for. We can use Sickle and Eclipse to get Serpents and Venoms up higher. So for that one, we would need 1, 2, 3. That would be Salt, Earth Sign, and Contradiction. We need 3 more. Fear. Fear, fear, fear. Ignite. Singlefoot songs. And what else has moon or scale? Stolen Secret has moon. Hello, Shadow! Right, Stolen Secret's got moon. Solomon's Preparation. I think I need Inks of Containment for this. At this point, we can just make as much Solomon's Preparation as we want. pretty much no cost beyond the automatic Blue Crown buy-in. Did I ever get to read House of Glass, or rather towards a fundamental aesthetic? Salons have been going well. No, I haven't yet because I still don't know Erikapian. Anna is already a fundamental aesthetic. Thank you! That's so sweet. Like, okay. Erikapian. You need to learn it from either... Cosley or Southie. Though apparently, if you invite both Corso and Lieutenant Moore to a salon, it's possible to draw an Erikapian lesson. So I might start doing that. Yeah, Yvette has just not shown up. Okay, let's see here. So we can clear there's a lot of memories here, but we can clear most of them out. Yvette is so peak. Invite her and Zach. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I don't think... Do I have Zach's address? I think I do. Yes, actually. I think I do have Zach somewhere in here. Yes, there he is. I know so many people, and yet I don't know the one person who can teach me Erikapian. Okay, then there was, right, Watchman's Paradox. Do I have a way to make porphyry? Not sure. I have some. Pink big ink makes a big stink. Okay, so ink's a power with rose. Got it. That's possibly doable. Alrighty. Yeah, for the purpose of summoning Numa. I figured that. I'm gonna try the salon idea first, and then see what the next season will be, most likely. But summoning Numa's not a bad idea, either. You don't lose next season's regular visitor even if you call Numa. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can make Porphyrin. That said, first off... let me grab to a pale lady. Now, okay. It's one of the most annoying to get a skill that cooperates with making it, so I would call it either the most difficult terminal or the second most difficult terminal. Right. Okay, salt. And intuition. Okay. That old Lost Music had Rose. So... oh shit. Bleh. I forgot it's in Ramsund. No, I don't need Quenchings and Clearings. No, wait, which one was it? Okay. Right, or anoscopy. Shoot. Now. None of those. Watchman's Shrine, that might work. Right, I would have needed a specific ingredient. It's doable, but it's expensive. Never even lost me a barber chair in the Revolutionary run. I see. Huh. Hmm. This should be doable. I'm pretty sure we can make Porphyrin. I just need a little bit of extra time to prepare. So. The Serenity of the Blackwood. Plus. The Book of the Centipede. Plus Fear, plus an Earth sign. It's a Gale, okay. how long am I planning on playing for? I'm probably gonna wrap this up pretty soon. Probably another half hour or so. And then Baze is going to goad me into going longer, and, well, you know how it goes from there. But I will try to not overdo it this time, because I also overdid it last stream. Okay. So. Inks of Power. So, now that we have Inks of Power at 5, we should be able to use Fet. That Old Lost Music. And the Ichor Auroral to make Porphyry. Now, regarding the Ichor Auroral itself, it's Rose or Sky at 10. With a light. Okay. Upgraded Pearl and Tide. And apparently Sand Stories can help with our Icar Auroral problem. We've got Sand Stories getting stronger. Get that old lost music back. Okay, Sand Stories is better now. And that should mean, if it's at 5... Right, there we go, Porphyrin. Now, with either 2 Fet or a 2 Rose Memory, we should be able, along with any light. more level of serpents and venoms, I think. Okay, this is gonna be tricky. 7. We can do that with... Fear. Savage Him. Contradiction. That's 3 already. Earth sign for more scale. Here's Shadow. I'm gonna get some sleep. Good night. Good night, Shadow. Thank you so much for coming. Fear, Earth sign, Contradiction, Savage Him. 3 more. Salt. 2 more. The Gospel of Zacchaeus for Stolen Secret. Just 1 more. Okay, 1 more moon or scale. What else does moon or scale? Hindsight. Just realized something. Isn't Christopher Lopez's nickname the only readable occultist? Yeah, pretty much. Tell me if you end up doing the illiterate occultist. Yeah, that'll definitely be something. I'm hopeful that it'll work. And yes. You essentially have the only person who cannot read his work, yeah. You know how you won't be able to level passion or reason easily, yeah. as the description of the standard makes make glimmerings erudition a reading that which is at hand. Yeah. Ooh, that's gonna be tricky. You're right. Okay. Horns and ivories. Stolen secret, confounding parable, savage hymn, contradiction, fear, salt, earth sign. Wait. No, hindsight. Not the confounding parable, hindsight. Stag door for erudition. Ooh, that's nice. We can get some of either glimmerings or erudition from the Baldemirian. Ooh. Yeah, that could work. Sign her books for them. Right. That's one of the few ways that we can actually use the books. Because you can only do that before you've read them. Exactly, yeah. I've never done this. What are you talking about? I mostly avoid Teresa altogether. Okay. Oh wait, you didn't know this? Okay. In Cultist Simulator, so you know how you can summon the Baldemirian? When you've got her as your summoned character, you can talk to her, and if you haven't read the Locksmith's Dream series, you can have her sign them. And she gives a little bit of commentary. It's like it's like how when you show someone their own book in Book of Hours, they give a little bit of commentary on writing it, but it's in Cultist Simulator. Because in Cultist Simulator, she's the only author you can actually meet. Okay. Really important question. If I put a light in here, like a candle or something, will it get consumed? Some lights get consumed. Let's say I were to use, say, the librarian's glasses. Would those get consumed? Shoot. Yeah, damn. Okay. Let's test this out right now. Do glasses get eaten? Okay. So. Fet. Parable. Sand stories. Assault sign from somewhere. And a pair of glasses. There we go. We've almost maxed out Serpents and Venoms. No! No, they don't! The glasses are fine! The glasses live! Yep, Iker Auroral and the Librarian's Glasses, which, by the way, count as a light for some reason. Okay, so Librarian's Glasses are a reusable light. At least for the purposes of making Iker Auroral. Possibly also Infinite Glass. Good point. Huh. That's interesting. Alrighty. It's hailing. Before I go, do I have any books to put... Oh, wait. Okay. Let's see if we can redeem ourselves from earlier. This will be our last big thing. Vagabond Desk. The Wounds. Invincible Audacity. Disciplines of the Hammer. Arab. The language is Kilasini. We got it. Only connect memory. we've set up. The Cornish honey cake. I'm not going to worry too much about what we do for... Or no, wait, I did have a plan. Okay. I need to... While that's all going on... Arthur Moore, Corso, and Timmy. Wait. Might have fucked up. Go. Nope, okay, we're good. Oh, I have to literally do it day of, or season of. Okay, fair enough. Nice, if you don't have any, I didn't realize that. If you don't have anything to talk about, it just spits back your soul card unused. The Wound Wounds. A history of 100 wars sewn into a design of metallic threads that pursues itself across every page. Darius and Alexander at Essos, the incandescent strivings of the houses of Lancaster and York, the Second Worm War. The final page of the book depicts the first battles of a war among ours, but the threads fray into alternatives, unbraidings from history. One of those threads is a coarse iron wire whose twists suggest the disciplines of the Scar, invoked before a subterranean configuration of iron, fire, and night. That's a regret book, and it's Disciplines of the Scar. Whoa, okay. Lots of Disciplines of the Scar. Yeah, we got that already. It occurs to me that if Numa naturally occurs at the end of the day, then it's going to be rough. Let's try to get as many of these things as we can. All right. So, what can we do? We've got access to Forge and Winter. Ragged Crossroads is Edge and Winter. So all we need to do is grab, say... a Contradiction. So that's easy enough. Then... we could get... let's see here. Fekri's Herbery. And skeleton songs. And oh, sorry. The Karisham Portalin. And that'll give us something for to get us a little bit of Hyksos. And then only need one thing for Metascape Reflections. We can get that with Encircling Tantra for Fear. And that's already 3 of them. Question is, can we get 4? Actually, 1 second. Haha! Fuck you, seashell! Okay. There's that one. And then, because it's still edge, we can toss a quartz chunk into the ocean to get even more loss. And if we do that, okay, it was fear, contradiction, and then 3 things for Hyksos. So fear and contradiction, that actually can get us a 4th thing, potentially, if we use them to grab the 2nd level of Metascape Reflections. Okay, good. What next? Edict's inviolable. Well, I'll save that one for now. One. Two. Okay, I need to check something. Am I gonna be able to do this? Okay, so... Four... 1, 2, 3, 4. Between... It's doable. We can do it. Okay. How many desks do we have open? We have 1, 2... 3, 4, 5, 6... We would need exactly one more, but we can get started. Okay. And for the grand finale, Singlefoot songs. The Victory of Crowns. To a Pale Lady. The Encircling Tantra. The Book of the Centipede. A Seventh Voice. There's Hyksos. Oh, actually. was my plan with these again? Shoot. I think it was something that was Moth 2. Ah, shoot. I have forgotten why I was doing that one with the impulse. I'm just gonna roll with it. We got an Earth sign, which we definitely want. And, okay. Memory, fear, check. Savage hymn, check. Hindsight. Hindsight was the other one, yes. Okay, and, I'll just keep the impulse memory overnight. Right. Hexos 4. Oh no, I can't keep impulse overnight. Oh well. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And hindsight. That should be it. Okay. Serpents and Venoms. With Edicts Inviolable. And my own Shell-Crossed Whist. And now I know everything there is to know about snakes! Snecko Queen! Okay, is it Numa? It does not appear to be Numa. Okay. Well. go ahead and take a moment to officially invite Timmy. Ah, and a basket of apples. Lovely. Thank you. That's actually very useful. Timberly reverential, yes. Okay, now, before I get even more off track, because it's been almost 30 minutes since I said I would stop, we make stream save 11. And boom. Okay. It feels good to be back in Hush House, I gotta say. Thank you all so much for coming. I have had a great evening. Oh, hold on. It looks like a friend of mine is actually on stream right now. So let's hop over there. Alright, I probably need to do... Alrighty. Thank you all so much for coming tonight, everybody. It's been wonderful. I've so enjoyed hanging out with you all again, and I will see you probably this Saturday or Monday for board games, and then next Wednesday. You all know the schedule by now. Alright. And... Rage.